I really hope this video gets a lot of views. Alright, here we go. Okay, so this isn't gonna be like the other videos that you see do this. I'm actually gonna talk the whole time, because there's no way that I could do this without talking, and I feel like that might make it more interesting. Let me look real quick. Okay, frame rate's really low because it's gonna be a huge video. This is actually the first time I've done a video like this where it's live, so kind of nervous on camera and stuff, but I'm pretty good at talking, I think, so once I get comfortable with it, it's gonna be better. I've got this wacky whole setup here that I made on Scratch, because that's all I know how to make things with. I'm doing all this to promote my YouTube channel, and particularly this YouTube series, The Chaos Twins. So, the reason why I'm so desperate right now is because I actually have been working on this series for a couple years, and I had a channel. I don't think I can talk too much about it. Won't confirm nor deny if it was a channel on YouTube, but it may or may not have been removed from whatever platform it was on, and made me lose 700 followers and 200 videos I had on it, all of which were on my old iPad from when I was growing up. So all these videos from when I was like 8 years old to 21 were completely deleted, because not only was my account, like, it wasn't just like blocked out or anything, it was completely deleted on this mystery website, and then I re-uploaded these videos and got banned for circumvention. So I feel like if I so these videos are actually newer ones. This is a prequel series to the original series. The other one was about them sneaking into Costco without membership so they could use the bathroom. And this one is a prequel series about them robbing a certain governmental facility that rhymes with hexagon, and they want to steal Keanu Flees' phone number so that they can prank call him, and so that's why they're doing that, you see here in the picture. And I've tried, and I feel like if I don't put out some big crazy video that's gonna get really popular, then I won't have enough of a following and they'll just ban me again. So I've been doing all these wacky tricks to try to see if I can go viral before I get another circumvention. Usually I'll freak out and shout about this because it bothers me so much. The whole thing was really messed up. I really didn't do anything wrong, but it's kind of late at night and I don't really have a lot of energy. Also, the camera's really bad. It's pointing down really low, and but that's more to just capture the mouse. By the way, this is a Aztec mouse. You can see it doesn't have any auto clicker on it. It's just the mouse. I could do right click, which also counts, but it opens that toolbar thing. Kind of. I don't know, I feel like that could just be kind of annoying. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, yeah, no, right click is actually a good strat. Left click and right click, okay. But yeah, I'm gonna try to talk as much as I can. There's a bunch of fun, wacky stuff on here actually to keep it interesting. For those of you who are still here, whether you be a fan or more likely just me refreshing the page, I welcome you. So this alleged ban was under scams, spam, and misleading content and deceptive practices. And according to their sort of training module thing that explains what this means, I fell under the category of the people who will post like the whole Minecraft movie, and then when you go and try to click on it, it's just like the Fox logo and a link to a sketchy pirated website, but it doesn't really bring you there, it's just a virus. So according to them, that's the subject I fell under. And the reason why that happened, I believe, they don't tell you why. They don't tell you why about these things. They just tell you the reason, supposedly, but they don't give you the real example. So I can only assume the reason was because I signed up for the that ad program. I signed up for Google AdSense. You know, YouTube and Google are both owned together. And I signed up for the AdSense, and I had a video where Oliver here was in this exact pose here. He was selling these fake Rolexes to a monkey for a Costco membership. So he was like, "Hey, you want to buy these very real Rolex watches?" And he trades it for the Costco membership, so that they can get inside undercover. And the name was Oliver's Fake Rolex Scam, and that was a new name. It wasn't named that before. That was the new one. And sorry, I just had to make sure the microphone was on. And basically what happened was I believe that they heard the name, the word scam in the title, and that picked up the AI moderation. So, and then they just banned me because they just go crazy with the bans. There's absolutely no people involved in the moderation. There's only computers. Even when you do an appeal, it's just nonsense. It's still just another bot. That's all it is. It's ridiculous. Okay, so I said I have a few. Yeah, I guess that's all I got to talk about. I spent like $50 in AdSense, by the way, and they just kind of took my money and then banned me. It was really messed up, and I didn't get a refund or anything. So I lost a lot of videos from when I was a kid that I made when I was like 8, like stop motion, stuff like that, from when I was very little. It's pretty late at night, which is why I'm not talking too loud. I'm trying to be kind of quiet. But normally I'd be kind of more bombastic about this, but I talk about this so much to anyone who'll listen. It's really just really devastated me. It happened a year and a half ago, but it still, it still affects me because I'm still just trying to rebuild my channel from that ban. You know, it just came out of nowhere, just out of nowhere. Just I was at work and I get hit with this email that says I've been banned on YouTube. And there were customers there, and I'm just like, hey guys, I just got banned off of YouTube. My whole life's work is gone. And they're like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. And I said that because I was just like, man, this is horrible. Like I've just experienced like one of the worst things of my life, just like that, just in a split second. You know, I was just I was helping them get set up to go out on a boat, and I just got this email that from like the top of my phone that just says like you've been terminated from YouTube, and I clicked on it. So yeah, I was really just, I don't even remember who they were. I don't think I've seen them again, but yeah, it was that fast, 700 subscribers that you've worked up for over a decade, and so many videos I'd made. Most of them were edits and animations, things I worked really, really hard on. It wasn't like random slop that you put together in like 10 minutes, it was a lot of hard work, and a lot of passion, lots of skits, videos I spent years making. Actually, there was one that I spent 3 years on, and so that's luckily I had that backed up to Google Photos, and most of the videos are also on TikTok. So instead of losing all 200, which would have been, I can't even fathom if I'd lost all of them, but instead of losing 200, it was about 20 that I lost, and more like 30, I guess. A few that I'm really sad about were this Minecraft series I was making. It was a Minecraft stop motion video with the Minecraft minifigures you get from Walmart and those little cube boxes, and it was stop motion. I was about 9 years old, and it was this story where Steve, with all this golden armor on, his name was Chris, and Alex in a boat, but it was like his stepmom, right? So Steve was dropped off as a child on the side of the road, you know, because the mom was trying to kill the parents. She finds the child and decides, you know what, I think I'm gonna raise him. So she raises him to be evil, and one day she's like, hey, we're gonna go to the Iron Golem village and kill all the Iron Golems and take the iron. And he's like, oh, I can't do this. So he takes the sword she's gonna use and he breaks it, and then he runs away outside the kingdom, you know, to hide. And then he finds this the armoring relic is what it was called, and then there's a zombie villager, but he's just an old man, he's not a zombie. So he's like, oh, you found the armoring relic. Like legend has it, only like the most good-hearted and noble people can wield that armor and sword. And so he trains him. There was this crazy techno song that played that my dad had actually written. He used to be really into music at the time. Oh, it's funny actually. You can tell when I'm doing double clicking because that keeps appearing. That's funny. So that's when I'm doing doubles versus just singles. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, I'm usually a much more louder personality in general, but I'm just kind of, you know, this is my first time being on camera like this, when it's not just like a scripted skit, you know. And it's late. I don't want the others to hear me just talking and be weirded out. You know, it's always an anxiety thing. Anyway, we'll get to the wacky stuff. There's a bunch of pictures in here. There's a bunch of different colors, a bunch of different sounds that are made when you click. But anyway, so he trains him to be a fighter, and then he goes back to the village, and then he meets this fortune teller person who gives him a pumpkin, and he says, like, things are gonna get bad, you know, it's gonna get dangerous, take this pumpkin. And he goes, well, this is completely useless, thank you. And then that's the end of episode 1. And then episode 2, there's only 2 episodes. So episode 2 opened with the zombie villager getting tortured by the mom. And the way they tortured him was by having a pig zombie play Justin Bieber. It was like, baby, 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 oh. It just shows you how dated it is because it was so long ago. And the zombie villager is the zombie pigman is breakdancing to the baby song, and they're like, "Where's the boy? Where's the boy?" Voice acted by my mom, by the way. And he's like, "No, I'll never tell you." And then in the next scene, Chris, the golden armor Steve guy, he meets this little guy. He's like, "Hello, I'm from outside the kingdom," you know. And all of a sudden a big Lego robot comes out of nowhere. It was the red Ninjago robot. It's like a red Ninjago mech. It's like a $13 Lego set from Walmart. You might be able to find what I'm talking about. It was the red ninja guy. He had a red mech apparently, I guess. 2 big swords. And so it attacks him. They have a big stop motion battle. And you know, he makes the mech kick itself. It kicks itself in the chest, causing it to go flying off into the distance, which I don't think that's physically possible, to just hit yourself that hard that you go flying away. But that happens. And then the zombie pigman goes to the mom. And by the way, because they knew where he is, I guess the zombie villager sold him out because he didn't want to hear like the baby. There was also never say never when he said never. And so they find him apparently, so I guess he sold him out. And then she's like, don't worry, now that we know where he is, my real plan can begin. And then it pans out to show the giant yellow mech from the Lego movie, the one that Emmett builds. So it's like, oh, the big one, you know. And that was it. I never made a third video. Instead, I got into making video games, which I did a lot of that. I did a lot of video game making too on Scratch here. But eventually I came back into YouTube, really big. YouTube was my main thing that I did. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys some of the wacky stuff. By the way, if I accidentally press the W key, it erases everything. So let's hope I don't accidentally press that. Okay, when you hold down the space bar and you click, something happens. I don't remember what. No, wait, nothing. No, the 1 key. When you hold down 1 and click, something happens. Yeah, rainbow. If you have epilepsy, I apologize. And what's funny about this and all the other little gimmicks is there's no way to reset. Oh, 0. So there's no way to reset them. You just have to hope you get 0, which is kind of funny. I did that on purpose. I kind of like that I did that. A little more rainbow, yeah. So you just have to keep clicking it until you get the 1 in 100 chance of hitting 0. Whoa. Hitting 0 a lot, weirdly. I just hit 0 like 3 times in like just a few clicks there. That was kind of wild. I wonder... 3, that's close enough. And I'll show you guys the different little gimmicks that are on here as it goes by, I suppose. But maybe I'll have to wait a while before I show you the other ones, because it only has so much, and I guess I only have so much content to show off with the screen. But there's different colors. You can play. Actually, no, I'm not. Well, another one is you can have it play sounds when you click, and right now I have it muted. Yeah, let's do the sound actually. Okay, you hold 3 when you press it. I guess all this stuff here maybe kind of spoils the rest of the gimmicks, but hold down 3. It sets the volume to a random one from 0 to 100. So now it's at 52. So it's random sound effects from a certain video game. Some of you may know the video game, some of you may not. Yeah, it's Undertale. So now let's see if I can get it back to 0 again. Here, just so you guys kind of know what I'm talking about, I'll go ahead and move my screen here so you see. Yeah, so there's the volume. I gotta hope for 100. It's the opposite of what I want. Oh, alright, great. Okay. Yeah. Just trying to give myself as many things to talk about as I can, because it's kind of lonely just sitting here clicking without talking, you know. That'd be kind of lame. And also talking a lot and doing stuff like that, kind of the improv bit of it. I don't know, maybe it's better for engagement, because most people just most people just click and there's nothing to really see, so they just skip through the video. But if I fill it with talking and content and stuff, maybe some crazy people will watch the whole thing. You never know. But realistically speaking, every time I try to do something great like this, it gets like no views hardly. Chaos Twins gets like 1,000 views per video. Each video is about a minute or 2 minutes, because they're on shorts. So I mean the views are okay, but unfortunately long form, like what this is going to be, is usually like actually like 0 views, like literally 0, or maybe like 10 or so, and it's just me refreshing the page most of the time to get like 5 of them, you know. I made a video called Killer Birthright, or sorry, a book called Killer Birthright, and so this book is super based, and I just dropped it, but I made a video about it trying to promote it. I made an animation. It's a 9-minute long animation called Glassy Eyes, and it's a very, let me actually pull it up. So it's a video that is it's chapter 7 of the book, and I spent about a month and a half on this video. I put a lot of time into it though. Like it was a very driven month, I guess. I was working on it like all the time, and it's, you know, lots of drawing, lots of artwork, nothing too crazy. The Chaos Twins looks very good. It has lots of movement, lots of color. This video is much more gray and like noir, and not nearly as much movement. And I did that on purpose because I didn't want to spend a whole year on it. If I made it look as good as Chaos Twins, it would take like 2 years to make the video. Because, you know, Chaos Twins is like 15 minutes of content, I believe. And I've been working on it for like 2 years. And it looks really good. You know, there's a lot of really tedious, lots of really precise motion with how they move around and stuff. It's kind of South Park-esque, you know, but it is a lot of work. Like, you don't realize how hard animation is until you do it. It's very colorful, lots of assets, lots of things moving around with Chaos Twins. Except for the first video. First video is just kind of them talking, but anyway, so I wanted to make this one a little easier to make so that I wouldn't get too taken away from Chaos Twins. Anyway, the reason why I mentioned this, more sob story, yay! I dropped this video 2 days ago, and it's gotten like no views at all, which is really discouraging, because I made it to promote this book, but nobody's even looking at the promotion, you know, so they're definitely not going to look at the book, which is sad. This book is about a year of writing. It's not a huge book, it's kind of thin, but it's got a lot of pictures in it. Here, I'll show. Yeah, there's the cover, it's pretty sick. Here's the back of it. I'll talk about, if I talk about glass eyes, it'll kind of, I don't know. I'll talk about this book and then I'll pivot into Glass Eyes. I really want you guys, I really hope you guys go and look at, it's actually called Glassy Eyes on YouTube, even though the thumbnail is Glass Eyes. And it's because of the Radiohead song Glass Eyes. So I changed the name so that it wouldn't just get kind of drowned out, you know? Because if you look up Glass Eyes, you're going to get Radiohead. So Glassy Eyes will make it easier to find. Okay, so Killer Birthright. Let me pitch this book to you. I think it's good. I think it's really good. Back of the book. Mercy doesn't exist, only weakness. You are a wolf. You don't question it, you don't apologize for it. And as a wolf, you kill to survive. That is your birthright. What part of that don't you understand? And so this book, absolutely, as it says on the cover here, absolutely no AI was used in the writing of this book. Absolutely no AI. Let me read a little bit of it actually. I'll give you guys a little demo. Prologue. Oh. This is the old version. Wait. That's unillustrated. Here. This version of the book has pictures. You see the difference with the covers? Very slight difference. If anybody notices, very, very slight difference. Okay. Here's the illustrated version. It's also got some different writings in it. I changed a few things that I didn't like with the book. And even this version's outdated now. The one I'm selling is even newer than this. So this is also outdated because you never finish writing a book, you just keep going. Hang on. I hope that's in the camera, right? Okay. You're mostly just looking at my mouth, huh? But that's whatever. Okay. So you see there's the puddle, and then splash, he's got his paw in it, and then he runs away, and the puddle is full of blood now. Everywhere he went, splash, he was followed by blood, and with each step another dark footprint. Each one felt like it could be his last. The rain only grew heavier, weighing his fur down more and more. Almost there, the animal kept telling himself. He repeatedly wiped his eyes to see, but the rain and blood just kept blinding him again. With each flash of lightning, the wooden farmhouse grew nearer and nearer. I wonder if the mouse clicking is annoying. Let me... Here. Just move it further away so you don't hear it as much. But it's not on the camera anymore, so it's like, oh, he's using a mouse clicker. No, that's gonna be allowed too, whatever. Just keep clicking over here. Anyway. Everywhere he went, he was followed by blood. Steps through the footprint, the puddle, and with each step, another dark footprint. Each one felt like it could be his last. The rain only grew heavier, weighing his fur down more and more. Almost there, the animal kept telling himself. He repeatedly wiped his eyes to see, but the rain and blood just kept blinding him again. With each flash of lightning, a wooden farmhouse grew nearer and nearer. There's him running to the farmhouse. He finally stumbled onto the wooden front doorstep. Lifting a paw, he pounded on the door with all his might. Bang, bang, bang. "Let me in!" He attempted to shout over the rain. He tried again and again, painting the door with his blood. "Please!" Exhausted, he finally sat down against it. He closed his eyes, trying to slow his breathing. In through his nose, out through his mouth. Whack! Something hard smashed him on the back of the head. He slowly stood up to find a small dog with a stick. Terrified, the dog involuntarily dropped it to the ground. "You don't need to knock me out. I'll go wherever you need me to." With trembling paws, the puppy picked the stick back up and directed him. The large animal was taken to a tiny cabin built against the wall. Inside, he lowered his head to step inside the building, or shack. He maneuvered himself atop a small, unfamiliar wooden contraption. Immediately, his arms and legs were tied to it by the puppy. It's a chair, by the way. He doesn't know what it is, but it's a chair. "Who's in charge here?" the wolf finally asked. A drop of blood dripped from his snout as he spoke. "That's none of your business, big guy," the puppy shouted. "Is that a blue jay?" he spoke up. He spotted her, perched in a small hole near the ceiling. Squawk! Don't bother struggling! Just stay put in the chair, the bird chirped. I already told him that, the puppy replied. Chair? Is that what I'm sitting on? The animal spoke up. Yeah, idiot, they both said. The bird jumped down. She sloppily flapped her wing and hit the ground. The animal suddenly realized the bird only had one wing. The puppy ran over to help. Squawk off, I'm fine, the bird shrieked. Okay, chill, the puppy squeaked. A few moments went by in silence. The puppy looked back at the tied-up wolf. Do you need bandages? The puppy finally asked. A door in front of them was thrown open. It was an old golden retriever with a straw hat. He pulled a knife from the hat as he approached. Lemmy, what are you doing? Who is this? He shouted. He needed to reach as high as he could to hold the knife to the wolf's throat. Didn't even make him flinch. He was banging on our door, so I jumped him and hit him on the head and took him inside to interrogate him, the puppy squeaked proudly. You can't just bring wolves into our home, especially not ones covered in blood. But I think he's hurt, Dad, the puppy squeaked. I'll handle it, the dog barked. He took a deep breath. Sorry, Dad, the puppy said, ears drooping. Sweet mercy, it's okay, just get out, both of you. He waved them both away. Okay, Dad, the puppy squeaked. Let me wait. What'd he say to you? He demanded. He asked who's in charge and what a chair is, the puppy replied. Okay, thank you. Lemmy walked out the door. The old dog studied the wolf's face for a long time. Do you remember me? The wolf spoke up calmly. Should I? He tilted his head. The wolf tried to shrug, but it made his shoulder sting. I don't know, I remember you and the blue jay. And, yeah, with the tree and the spear. Remember? Recollection flashed across the dog's eyes. You were the older one, weren't you? The dog asked. Wolf nodded. The dog slowly pulled the knife away. Without looking, he grabbed a pair of bandages from the table. He pulled a chair over and stood on it to inspect the wolf's wounds. Yes, I remember you, his voice muffled by the knife. I just want to ask a couple questions. The dog took a few deep breaths. I'll answer them as well as I possibly can, the wolf replied. What's your name? I don't really like my name. The dog grabbed the knife again and tapped the blade with his claw. Tink, tink, tink. It's Winston, the wolf finally explained. Winston? That sounds made up. He's probably a squawking spy. I said leave, birdie, the dog barked. The bird finally obeyed and maneuvered herself beneath the door. Alone in the silence again, the dog continued to inspect the wolf's body all around. Had a heck of a time getting here. How much blood do you think you lost? He questioned. He hadn't used a single bandage yet. The wolf thought for a moment. Not enough, obviously. A third, maybe. The dog turned to the door again. Sniffed the air. Is my son eavesdropping? He wiped the blood from his nose. No, I smell a rat, though, he said. Don't worry about that. The dog dropped the bandages and leaned in close. Wolf, I don't know if you realize this or not, but of all the blood on your body, the only cut you have is from when my son whacked you over the head. A few silent seconds went by. For the first time, the wolf broke eye contact. Whose blood is it? The dog asked. A tear ran down the wolf's face, the wolf's eye, mixing with the blood. He opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't. I'm not going to threaten you again. I just need to know, the dog urged him. I almost say it. Can I tell you maybe a little later when it's easier to talk about? Is anyone going to come looking for this blood? The dog asked. The wolf thought for a moment. I honestly don't know, but it's not what it sounds like. I'm not just here to hide. I want to harvest crops and help take care of cubs, he whispered. I want to rake leaves and do whatever you farm dogs do. I just want to live a life without stress and fear. I just want to be a farmer, not a killer. The old dog's gaze softened a bit. I know it's a long shot. The wolf admitted, but I saw you had herbivores living with you, so I thought, I don't know, maybe a wolf wouldn't be so bad. Look, I just need to know, will there be animals coming looking for you? Maybe. I don't think they care enough, personally, the wolf said with a shrug. He kept sniffing, distracted by the rat. Rat's still there. He looks angry. Eh? The dog replied. Viva la resistance! The tiny voice shouted. They both spotted a tiny knife in its paws. The wolf sniffed. The knife's poisoned! The rat leapt from the raptors and into the dog's hat. Before the rat could stab him, the wolf broke free from the ropes. The rat was whacked across the room and into the wall. What on earth was that? The wolf cried out. Oh yeah, there's an angry colony of rats living in the attic, the dog explained. They're not usually that bold though. You think that was a little rough? The wolf asked. The dog gave a quick glance. He's just knocked out, but anyway, you say you're being hunted down? Yeah, the wolf replied, his eyes still focused on the rat. Well, this is the last place they'll look. I'm Birch, the dog smiled, extending a paw. The wolf lifted his head in confusion. You're supposed to shake my paw with yours, he smiled. Oh, okay. Wolf did as instructed. He took the dog's paw and he shook Birch's paw side to side in a big, slow, awkward motion. That's enough, Birch smiled. Winston quickly let his paw go. Sorry. Alright, Winston. If you want us to keep you hidden here, you'll need to make yourself worth it, he explained. I'm strong. I can do whatever farm stuff you need. That's good, he nodded. But more importantly, I'm gonna need you to do more of what you just did now. I know you prefer otherwise, but you're gonna need to help fight off things that want to kill us. The wolf froze. I need to kill stuff? Yeah, we got a nice place, so you can imagine we get attacked by raiders sometimes. And when that happens, you're gonna need to fight with the rest of us. Winston looked discouraged. Don't worry. Don't worry, you can't be worse than we are. Even if you can't fight or use weapons, we'll teach you. Winston scratched his ear slowly, pondering the words. I don't know, he said softly. You'll do fine, Birch gestured to the rat. This little guy tried to kill me. You killed him, that's all. Well, I knocked him out. I don't think he's... The rat let out a loud screech. Blood spouted from his snout. Oh no, Winston whispered gravely. He bolted for the rat. He picked it up in his paws. The rat just twitched in agony. Oh crap, I think his spine's broken. Here, I'll actually... Sorry. I'm not showing off the camera, so I might as well show my face. Sorry, I interrupted. The rat let out a loud screech. Blood spouted from its snout. Oh no, Winston whispered gravely. He bolted for the rat. He picked it up in his paws. The rat just twitched in agony. Oh crap, I think his spine's broken, Winston shouted. Well, he tried to kill me, Birch said it with a shrug. The rat weakly grabbed the knife and attempted to drive into Winston's paw. He just flicked it away. Is there anything we can do? He begged. I don't think so, Birch shook his head. Winston apologized over and over to the rat. Lobo Diablo, the rat squeaked before going limp. The wolf shook it again and again to wake it up. Winston, it's okay. Just a rat, he said, placing a paw over his shoulder. The fur on the wolf's body stood up all over. He set the stiff rat on the floor. He began desperately rubbing his paws along his own fur. It was as if he was trying to wipe away blood. He was only smearing the blood that was already there. He then covered up his snout and curled up in the corner. He kept looking around in a very paranoid manner. Winston? You saved my life. Get out, please, Winston cried, rocking himself back and forth against the wall. His eyes were extremely feral, his whole body tense. Okay, I'm gonna come back in 5 minutes. I'll just let you be alone for now, Birch said cautiously. He picked up the rat and opened the door. Bury him, Winston demanded. Birch looked shocked. Okay, he nodded respectfully. He then closed the door and left Winston in silence. Birch ended up giving Winston 20 minutes to calm down instead of 5. He finally returned to find the wolf laying on the floor. His body reached from one end of the shack to the other from how big he is. I'm sorry about earlier, he said, sitting beside the wolf. He took his hat off respectfully. Winston remained silent. In spite of what some other dogs wishes, the rat's buried, he explained. Thank you. Of course. Now, when you said you didn't want to kill anymore, I took it as more of a convenience thing. So, sorry if I was a little sensitive back there. Thank you, he said again. I respect it, and I get it. Heck, you saw Birdie, you know we understand. Yeah, Wolf said. Birch took a deep breath. Look, I'm gonna let you stay with us, but again, you're gonna need to kill, okay? Now, I'm not talking hunting. I'm not gonna send you out of your way to kill stuff, we don't have many fighters. I'm the biggest animal here. I'm fluff and old. It's all small dogs, foxes, cats, some birds and squirrels, but with you on our side, we'll stand a chance. When this farm is finally left at peace, you'll have yours. There's no other way I can stay? The wolf asked, finally a full sentence. It's the only way. My only son lives here. Everyone I love lives here. You gotta understand, Winston. It won't be fair for you to sit out when we're under attack. Not while the smaller animals are risking their lives, but if you want to leave, you're not a prisoner here. Winston finally stood up. Okay, I understand. I'm with you. Thank you, Birch smiled. Do you have any water? Winston asked. Thirsty? Not really. And that is the prologue. That is the prologue of Killer Birthright. So that, we just read, 10 pages. No, 8 pages. So that's 8 pages out of this, 239-page book. With, quite a few illustrations in there as well. Yeah. So there's a sample of Killer Birthright. Maybe I'll keep reading, you know. I might continue. I love sharing the things that I make. I like reading this to people. I'm reading it to my parents at the moment, and when we go to sleep at night. And I haven't showed them Glass Eyes yet. A little nervous too, 'cause it's pretty intense. But this book is intense too. But Glass Eyes kind of hits different because you're seeing it. Like it's not just words. But I'm proud of them both. It's all necessary. It's never just violence for violence or like depression for depression. It's always serves a purpose. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna end this take and make sure that it's recording properly, because I would hate for there to be mic problems or something. I'll already test it ahead of time, of course, but I would like to just make sure. So I'm gonna end this and start a new one real fast. Absolutely tragic. So that's exactly why I just went and double checked and made sure that everything was right. That's exactly why I just looked at another take, or the recording that we just took. You can see here it's a few minutes later. So it was, I'm so glad I did that, because it was zoomed in a lot. For some reason it was way zoomed in, and I can't fix it. I'm not gonna fix it. I didn't just say all that stuff and read all that for nothing. But what sucks is the clicker counter wasn't visible for all of that, and that's like the most important part. That really sucks. But I guess I'll just go and add something that says like, hey, you know, I fix it at the 44-minute mark. Okay. But now you can see the counter. I guess you could see the clicks at one point, but man, that's frustrating. Because then it makes it seem less real, you know, especially the part when I was not even showing the mouse on the video camera. When I was reading it and I put it away, but I figured the counter was still on screen, so it was fine. That's really unfortunate, but I'm not gonna redo all that just because the counter wasn't visible. I mean, you can see me clicking it. You could probably still hear me clicking it. Whatever. So anyway, yeah, that was the prologue of Killer Birthright. It's a bit of a slow starter up, you know? Maybe I'll read more of it to show that it gets interesting. That's just him arriving at the farm, you know, he's covered in blood. How'd that happen, you know? And, but episode 2 is when things start cooking. It you know, first, the prologue just sets things up. But things start moving in chapter 2, you know? You start getting some action. I didn't want it to be really boring for the first 100 pages, as a lot of books tend to do. I wanted it to be like, you know, here's the intro, here's the characters, let's get moving, you know? I feel like the pacing's pretty good with Killer Birthright. I feel like it's well paced. I feel like even that beginning part there was interesting, just like the dialogue between them, because I didn't want to start the book with some crazy action sequence, you know, I wanted to get you interested in the characters, you know. So you met Winston, you met Birch, you met Lemmy, you met Birdie. Yeah. And you get an idea of their dynamic. You have this, you know, wolf there, and they can't really trust him, but they kind of have to, because he's powerful. And he can protect them, but he doesn't really want to. And you have Birch, who's kind of desperate to protect his son, which is why he's willing to hire this wolf. Because his son's a little naive kid, and they're not really safe. And, you know, then you have Birdie, who's Birdie. By the way, here's my mouse pad, by the way. It's Luna from Chaos Twins. Chaos Twins, let me tell you, Chaos Twins and Killer Birthright could not be more opposite. I'm working on them at the same time, and they're just polar opposites. Chaos Twins is all comedy, and a little story, and a lot of character. It's a very character-driven comedy, and then Killer Birthright's much more of a thriller, drama thriller, some horror elements in there too, you know. And but it has a really important message to share. I feel like it's got a message to send that's very important. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that nothing weird is afoot again. I have a massive banner hung up in my room here, and it's the cover of Killer Birthright. Let me try and yeah, it's a blanket from a merch website. I got this mouse pad of Luna Killer Birthright banner I got as a birthday present from my dad, which is pretty cool. I also have a mug of Randy. He's a rabbit from Chaos Twins. Like, every time they break into a place and destroy stuff, he's just an employee there. And he's just like, oh my gosh, not again. You know, not Luna and Oliver, they're here to rob this place again. And every time they rob the place, it goes out of business, so he has to get a new job, you know. And here, this is my favorite. So he also gave me a freaking this for my birthday, which is hilarious. A freaking, I don't think he really gets the implications here of like the weeboos and the furries, where they'll have these pillows, and so I got a freaking pillowcase of Oliver. Crack me up. It's a freaking like body pillow, just like, yeah. Pretty funny. Freaking body pillow of my own character. And the look on his face is really funny too. He's just like, you know, just looking really shocked. Yeah. Alright, so that's a lot of talking about my creations that I want you to check out. Please go watch Glass Eyes again. It's another scene from Killer Birthright. It's not the one I just read, it's later on, but it doesn't, you don't really have to read it to understand, and it doesn't really spoil anything, not really. So, you know, go check it out, you know. And check out the Chaos Twins. If you want something darker, watch Glass Eyes. If you want something fun, watch Chaos Twins. And by the way, because it was all zoomed in, there's the rest of that picture. Because it was freaking zoomed in like crazy before. So there you can now see freaked out, tripping all over. Yeah. I do have work tomorrow, by the way. Probably gonna stay up all night just clicking, and I'm gonna be really tired all day tomorrow at work. It's hot and sunny too, so it's kind of wild on my part that I'm doing this, but I had the idea and I was just like, you know, just screw it. Huh, if I click the speech bubble, it doesn't work. Let me, here, let me get the mouse in frame again. I don't want people, like, I really, I'm kind of, oh, interesting. You can do the middle mouse too. Okay, anyway. I really, that really sucks that I lost the counter for all of that. Like, cause now I can't really prove it's real, cause you need the mouse and you need the counter so it lines up, but for all you guys know, I was clicking it and it was actually going by 2s or something, but I guess maybe you can hear it over the mic, so you could, if you were to go and look, you would see that there's the same amount of mouse noises heard as there are numbers on screen. So I mean, honestly, I don't think anyone's really gonna watch this. I'm probably just talking to myself all this time. But you know, you never know. I mean, the whole idea is that this video goes crazy viral or something. Like Mr. Beast counted 100,000 and here I am. And I don't know. And then, you know, they go and they watch Chaos Twins and they read Killer Birthright. Like, this is what I'm willing to do to promote my work, because it's, you know, it's been a lot. 10 years of content. I can't even show it to you guys because if I upload it, I'll get banned. Man, maybe I'll just, you know, I talked about the Armoring Relic, which is lost media at this point. Not on an iPad, not on nothing. I don't know if I got that across. Like, I was talking about the Minecraft videos, the Armoring Relic, and that's gone. I hope I mentioned that. Like, that really is gone. That's why I was talking about it. So at least it's like, at least it exists here in speech, but the videos themselves are gone. They're just gone. Like, they will never ever be recovered unless you hack into YouTube, I guess, but it's been over a year now, so I imagine the ones and zeros are all gone. Armoring Relic is just gone. Like, I remember it, but that's it. It was on, that one was before I had an iPad. It was on my dad's old phone, and that phone is, it was a work phone, and so that's long gone. The file's lost. We tried to find it, but we couldn't find it anywhere. Couldn't find the Armoring Relic. So just assume that YouTube was the only place it existed, and now it doesn't exist there either. Wasn't on TikTok, so yeah. But I remember it frame by frame though. I remember I remember every shot of the Armoring Relic because I watched it so many times, you know. I got older, I started to hate it. I thought it was ridiculous and stupid and cringy. Okay, 2015 was when it came out, I remember now. April 15th, 2015. So it would have been 11 years old now. And I would have been 11 years old at the time of making it, so that was my age. I also lost a lot of videos of me playing with lightsabers with my friend, so big deal there. Just, you know, fun little lightsaber battles. There's about 20 of those. And then there was a video of my dog digging at the couch, a tiny little Pomeranian. She was kind of the runt. She was very small, but it was great, like the Boss Baby puppies. And she, I just named it, you know, Adorable Puppy Digging to Heaven. And there's another one, or sorry, Digging to China. She's in heaven right now. She's gone. Tiny dogs don't last that long, but Adorable Puppy Digs to China, named it that, and I uploaded it. I don't even know why I uploaded that. It's just a dog digging at a couch, you know, just, and I just uploaded it, and they were like, well, why? And then there's another one, I give her a high five, and Puppy 5 is what I called it, upload that, and you know, that's, I never really even thought about it like that until I'm talking about it now, just trying to list off the videos that weren't backed up on TikTok. That's actually kind of sad. That those were the only videos I had. I'm sure other people had videos of the dog as well, but man, I hadn't even thought about that. But, those two videos of just the puppy, when those are gone, a puppy lived about a year or two, didn't last very long. She was a little monster. You know, she peed everywhere, she pooped everywhere, barked 24/7, could not be trained. But, you know, I found it as like a mind over matter kind of thing. She never stopped barking, so I figured, well, why yell? Why get angry like everyone else did? Why scream, shut up, dog? Because that's not going to work. So why be angry and why be negative towards this dog? So I just would have a good attitude about it, like, well, you know, her barking is kind of cute, you know. I thought it was kind of cute bark. She was kind of cute the way she barked. I just tried to be positive about it, you know. because I knew she was never going to stop barking. Put in headphones, whatever, so everybody would always just be yelling at this dog, like, shut up, you little rat, barking so much. And I never would. I would just, you know, try to be positive, because it's better than being angry, you know? It's not the circumstances, it's the mindset. Yeah. I can't believe those videos are gone. That's actually so sad. I lost those videos of Delilah. Wow. Oh, man. I haven't even thought about Delilah in a long time either. Like, I'd moved on from that, but man, just thinking about those videos and just realizing that they're gone just kind of brought back a few things. Oh man. What else? There was we were making an action movie. All of us making a fun action movie. Kyle Kills People for a While was the name. And sorry, I'm so anxious that there's something wrong. I just gotta keep checking. Kyle Kills People for a While was the name. Stepmom didn't want us to make kind of a violent joke movie, because it was Sunday. So we instead did a movie of the scriptures. We did a few chapters from the scriptures and we enacted it, and that was pretty funny. I was good at it at that point. We filmed it and I edited it and uploaded it all within about 5 hours, and it was a 6-minute video, so good time. There was a guy got his head chopped off at one point with a sword, and his head just rolled down the stairs. It was a basketball with a wig attached. So funny. And there was a caption that said, "This is his head," just to make sure that you got it. Oh, it was so funny. And that was not on TikTok, so it's gone. What else? Oh, there was another video. It was a skit, the kind of skit where it's you playing a bunch of people. Just you talking, pan over talking, pan over talking. And it was a very offensive video. The thing about offensive comedy, you know, I saw shows like South Park and Brandon Rogers, and I thought that it would be okay to make a video that was very, very offensive and in the name of comedy. But the thing is, it's really about the delivery and the writing. Delivery is big. The script was good. It was a funny script. If you read that script, you'd probably laugh a lot. But my delivery was so bad. Like, I'm just kind of mumbled, you know. My microphone sucked, my camera sucked, and it just wasn't a well-made video. So while a few jokes landed and hit and would make you laugh, most of them just weren't funny because I just didn't deliver them well. So when it's not funny, it's just offensive and you hate it. So it wasn't, it was private. It was a private video. Only I could watch it and I could show it to other people because it was so bad. But it was really the delivery is what it came down to. The jokes were funny, but the delivery was where I went wrong. So I showed it to some cousins and they got so mad at me. They're like, "Why would you make that?" And I'm like, "Well, you kept on asking me to watch it, and so I showed it to you." And they're like, "That was so bad. Why would you make such a video?" And I'm like, "Well, you laughed at some parts of it." And they're like, "Yeah, but it's still awful." And I was like, it's the delivery. they didn't get most of the jokes. You couldn't really understand what I was saying, a lot of it, but it was the delivery. South Park's delivery is so good that they can make fun of anything and you'll laugh at it as long as the delivery's good. They had the episode about the cancer kid that died. Wasn't funny, not good delivery, people hate it. They have Mr. Garrison's fancy new V, and that was very, very anti, certain groups of people. And it's so funny. I think me personally, I think that episode is so freaking funny. And the delivery's good. Like, the part where Mr. Garrison goes to the bar where the girls are taking off their shirts and it's just a censor bar, and Mr. Garrison does it and it's not censored because he's a guy, but he's just got these big weird boobs. It's so funny, and everyone's just like, ooh, so good. I'm talking pretty quietly. I wonder if you guys can even hear me that well. Yeah. So anyway, there was another video that I lost, the offensive one. That video, no, it was not what got me banned. I didn't get banned for that video. That wasn't it. That's not scams, that's not spam, that's not misleading content, it's not deceptive practices. Neither is the Oliver one. But you know what? I also made a flat earth documentary, a 30-minute video about why the earth is flat. It was very funny. Same style, me talking to myself, bunch of different characters, great script. Delivery was much better. And I don't know, maybe that was the misleading content, the flat earth documentary. It was just a parody. It was funny, but I didn't lose that one. I have that on Google Photos, thank goodness. Thank goodness I didn't lose the flat earth documentary. That would be so bad, because that one is so funny, but can't show it to you guys or I'll get banned. Yeah, all the videos on this channel are videos post-ban. Man, me talking about this, even talking about having been banned, could get me banned. Because me openly talking about how, you're not supposed to try again. You're supposed to give up. You're not even supposed to have another account. Even if you're just watching videos, you're just supposed to just give up and leave. Even if you make a new channel, no video uploads, they'll still ban you for circumvention. They track your IP. I should be using a VPN, but for some reason I'm not. And so they're going to track this channel eventually, and they're going to ban it too. Then I'm going to make a new one, and I won't be able to upload this video that I'm doing all this talking for. Won't be able to upload it. Won't be able to upload Chaos Twins. That'll be gone too. Killer Birthright, Glass Eyes. Won't be able to upload that anymore. Videos won't be gone, but I won't be able to upload them. So when this channel goes, those videos are going to go too, because if I re-upload them, it's an insta-ban. If I don't re-upload them and make new content, it's a slower ban. But, yeah. Third time's the charm, right? Channel number 3. What other videos did I lose forever? It might be all of them, actually. Might be all of them. The offensive one. The dog. Lightsabers. Stop motion from when I was 10 or 11. I think that's all of them. I think that's all the videos I lost. The rest of them were backed up on TikTok, luckily. Yeah. I think that's all of them. That's everything I lost. Forever. Lost a lot more than that, but those are the ones I'm never getting back. Crazy how it's been a year and a half and I still haven't, still haven't moved on. It's, it's hard when you spend a significant portion of your life working toward a dream. Whoa, being all deep, whoa. But, I really wanted to be a YouTuber. I wanted to make stuff people liked. I want people to see my videos and enjoy them. And, 700 subscribers. It was working. I gained all those subscribers in a couple, 200 over 10 years. Started really cooking, a video every day. And that went on for a bit. 700 subs. Then I got, got taken out. Stupid AI moderation. Not a single human being had anything to do with me losing my everything. Just computers. Just computers. Just bots. I tried to message their Twitter account, but I just got these weird copy and paste canned replies, which makes me think that even there, it's also AI run. Maybe there's like one or two moderators, but I really felt like I wasn't talking to a person there either. And if I was, they didn't care. They just doubled down. The appeal, by the way, when I appealed my account the first time, it only took a couple minutes before they confirmed the appeal and just told me there was nothing I could do. So there's no way that they watched my videos, and if they did watch the videos, they would know that I did nothing wrong. Scams, spam, deceptive practices, misleading content, that happens to a lot of people. Even people who don't upload videos never, it just happens a lot. It's very common. And they just don't care. It's not a good feeling. I really wish that it was a person, like some Reddit mod that banned my account. I really wish it could have been a person, but it was just a computer. So it's just, fills me with just so much anger, just knowing that it was just some stupid mistake that they're not willing to correct. Just a stupid computer. If it was a person, then it would be a little different. But it wasn't. It was just a stupid computer. I didn't mean for this video to be so depressing. I wasn't expecting to talk about all this, but this is how I get when I talk about my YouTube channel. Usually it's all like ranting and raving and just like, oh man, I can't believe it, I try to be comedic when I'm ranting like that. I'm not trying to scare people or freak anyone out. Like I try to make sure people are I try to make sure it's a fun conversation when I talk about it. I'm not just yelling at people about it. I try to make sure that they're just kind of laughing with me, because I try to joke about it, have a good attitude like with the dog, but sitting here and just talking about this in a video that's probably gonna get banned. Oh, come to think of it, there is a lot of guns on that picture. Wait. Sorry, I have a ton of, these are all kind of violent photos. I have a ton of pictures on here, like 150. It's like my whole camera roll. That's another little bit I'm gonna do. That's another fun little bit. It's just, I press the click while I'm holding down the 4 key. It's gonna give me a random picture. And it's fun because one picture is actually just my face, which would have been like a face reveal, doxing. But I decided to do the camera so I could prove I was clicking. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, a lot of stuff in. It's fun because there's a lot of pictures in there that I actually would not want being seen. Lots of memes, lots of pictures, lots of stuff in there I wouldn't want people to see. And then there's a lot of art and a lot of stuff I made. You know, a lot of things I've worked on that I do want people to see. You know, promos, memes, stuff from Killer Birthright. This is from Glassy Eyes. Yeah. There, that's a good tame photo to leave on. I mean, if they were gonna punish me for showing cartoon guns, they would have done it by now. We're like an hour into the video. Or 2 hours, I don't even know how long it's been. There's Winston feeding a baby, you know. He's looking scared. That's from Glassy Eyes. It doesn't, I know, it doesn't look amazing. I was going for a more rough, more kind of animatic kind of art style. I wanted it to look I wanted it to look decent, but like not so good that I spend like so much time on it, because I didn't think people would see it, and I was right. It's still at just like a couple views. I posted it to a lot of Discords, and some of the people there have watched it and they're saying it's pretty good. But I don't know, the algorithm, it only cares about shorts, and I don't know how to get long form content to be popular. Like, it just, I made so many long form videos and none of them ever worked, you know, except for a Death Note 1, Misa in the car with Light's dad, and it's an edit. It makes it look like he shoots her in the face and she just freaking dies. And then it's a blank and he's like, dang it. And there's a Bluey video where we beat up a Bluey pinata, and that got a lot of views. I don't know how those blew up so much, because I made like 100 more long forms and they got nothing. And same goes for Glass Eyes, unfortunately. But then again, it's only been up for like 2 days. Yeah. I'm gonna stop this video and start a new one. I'm a little worried about something going wrong, you know? You never know, like if you're recording for too long and then it just crashes your computer or something, I don't know. I'm a little scared of something like that happening. But you can still see the time, you know, it's whatever. I mean, I guess I could be tampering with the time. Could be another day. You know, I could have just come back the next day or something. Whatever. Wasn't, you know. I'm not clicking the most efficient way. This isn't really a speed thing. I'm just kind of more of a fidget thing at this point, I guess, really. Just been clicking just infinitely while talking about stuff. More depressing than thought it'd be, but you know, when I talk about my YouTube channel, I just, you know, I always get emotional some way or another, and I just go on and on and on. I really gave them like $50 just to destroy my life's work. That's what it feels like. You know, they've put out the AdSense, they put out the ad revenue, got some views on my videos, got excited, gained subscribers, people were finally seeing the Chaos Twins, they were liking it, they were liking my stuff. A couple days later, that was it. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. No, that's gross. No, I'm not gonna keep clicking this in the bathroom. That's gross. Let's see if I can. Never mind. I was gonna see if I could get back before something, whatever. Make sure the audio is good. I've been really mumbling, but I don't want to be loud for the others. Let's see. Nothing there I wouldn't want people to see. And then there's a lot of art and a lot of stuff I made. The clicking is pretty loud. And sorry, I'm so anxious that there's something wrong. I just gotta keep checking. Kyle Kills Paper for a while was his name. So the audio is not great, honestly. Like, it's kind of doesn't sound super good because I kind of have the microphone leaning out of. Here. Put it more in the phone box and just move it closer to me. Maybe. I wonder if that's going to help with the audio. Who knows. I know you can hear me. Audio doesn't sound amazing. I kind of wish it sounded a little bit better. I don't know. The microphone's like $100, but I don't really know how to make it really sound good. I mean, I know like if you lean into the phone box more, it definitely picks it up better, but let me move. That might sound better. Huh. Weirdly therapeutic, just kind of sitting back all comfy like this and just talking, you know. Thought it'd be, you know, I had to talk, couldn't just sit here. Makes it more, you know, makes it go by faster for me. I don't know, maybe there's someone out here, out there watching. Maybe there's someone out there watching this video, watching the whole thing. Feels like they kind of connected with me, you know? Learning all these things have been bothering me so much. Oh no, my YouTube channel. Oh, my poor videos. Meanwhile, there's starving children all over the world with lives much better than, much worse than mine. And here I am complaining about a bunch of internet videos and a bunch of numbers. And I've had worse experiences in my life. Just, YouTube channel is the only thing I really want to talk about to strangers. Share my art, talk about my channel. It's about as deep as it's gonna get, probably. I've got one heck of a freaking Disney Happy Meal collection up here. Those little mini figurine Disney Happy Meals. Wait, I'm recording, right? Yep. Little Disney Happy Meal minifigs. There's like 150 or something of them. I collected every single one of them. Lots of Happy Meals. Very embarrassing. Grown man going to get a Happy Meal. And even worse is they had numbers on the bottom of the boxes. So every time I would go to the counter, I'd have to explain the number system to them. And ask them what numbers they had. They'd be like, we got a number 15, number 17. I'm like, oh shoot, that's Mandalorian. It's not scalping, it's collecting. Scalping is when you buy all of them. Collecting is when you go once a day and buy one. One of each, and some duplicates that happens naturally. Gave a lot of them away. I'll probably sell some of them, but so all those 150 or something from a couple years ago, and then they brought it back. They brought it back with some characters that I really love, and I couldn't help myself. Once again, I collected every single one of them. Yeah, I got pictures of them in this scratch project. Maybe I'll find them. I can't really be bothered to angle the camera to show them to you guys. But yeah, so there they are. Both expansions, must be like 300 of them. Pretty sick. Yeah. It's gonna be worth some money someday. Even right now, it's worth about $1,000. Much more money than I spent on them. But in the future, you never know. But I don't know if I'll sell them. I really just like having them. Just such a cool collection. So many characters. I have just... It's crazy, you know? Bought these dots at Aldi's today. I'd go to the store, pick up some food to help the stepmom make dinner. And there's these little kids there, and they're like, hey, we're selling candy. And I'm like, I don't have any cash. You do Apple Pay? Yeah. Usually I walk right past, but I like candy. And I'm not going to eat it. I'll already brush my teeth. And so I send $2 to this kid to buy those dots. I take like a good 30 seconds to decide which candy I want to get. I'm really thinking hard about it. What am I going to get, you know? And I finally grab it. I'm like, thank you. And then this Mexican kid says, we appreciate you. He says the N-word. It's wild. And I just laughed. I thought that was really funny. You know? It was like, bro. I just buy something from them and they just hit me with a hard R. It's pretty funny. And he said it in a very joking way, you know? It was funny. Yeah, that kind of brightened up my day. I was in Aldi's going to purchase stuff. I just kept thinking about it. I was like, that's so freaking funny. I wanted to go and talk to them about it, like so that was the N-word, right? And but then I was like, well, you go and talk to little kids like that, particularly about the N-word, could go bad. You know, you never know what could happen there. So didn't.
Join the world's #1 RPG game. Download now.
Tear down the lies. Use one search to find the truth. It's called One.
There is nobody on this planet who follows through on things less than Elon Musk. The most egregious example, obviously, being the Mars click.
I just got a Discord notification and ping from Moist Critical for video. And I'm getting tired, but I'm gonna keep going. Check this out. Bam. Pepper spray. Psst. Actually, I've actually eaten pepper spray before. Do not recommend, but yeah, maybe I'll pull the video up on screen if I feel like editing it in. I don't know. But I actually I was with some friends. We were just kind of chilling, and I was just randomly said, "Hey guys, you want to see me eat pepper spray?" Because I ate a lot of spicy foods. You know, I would eat habaneros, you know, chili serrano, all kinds of spicy stuff. You know, really crazy spicy hot sauce. And I always wanted to eat pepper spray because the thought process was, it's, for one, it's basically just hot sauce meant for spraying, and two, it's meant for your eyes, which your eyes are not as good at getting rid of chemicals as your stomach is. So if you're eating pepper spray, it's got to be safer than your eyes. But obviously it's meant for attackers, and also if you're getting sprayed with it, you're not going to get that much. If you're actually eating it, you're getting a lot more than you would. But I pepper sprayed it, Taki. Pepper sprayed it. Got on video. I wish their camera work was a little better. You can't really see it that well, so it looks kind of fake, which sucks because it's real. I really ate it. Got some good pepper spray on there. I doused it. It wasn't just a little. It wasn't a spray. It was a stream. 25,000 by the way. And it was good pepper spray. And I ate it. No flavor, just pain. I just kind of shrugged it off. You know, I had a lot of spice pain tolerance back then, not quite as much now. I ate an habanero, a huge one not that long ago, just ate the entire thing, and I had to spit it out, which surprised me, you know. It was a huge habanero, but I never spit things out, and I drank milk too. And I was like, dang, I did the one chip challenge, and, you know, I went hours before drinking milk. Oh, that's a heck of a story. Threw up everywhere. I finally drank milk, and my stomach was empty, which is why it hurt so bad and I couldn't sleep. So I drank milk just to fill my stomach, and then just puked everywhere. But it felt better. Yeah, pepper spray. Anyway, third spiciest. Pepper spray was the third spiciest. At least the way it felt. The habanero I ate not that long ago was spicier. At least it felt spicier. Maybe just because the tolerance was gone. Because it'd been like a year and a half or something. Or no, it'd been longer than that. Maybe 2.5 years. But it felt spicier. The one chip challenge is the spiciest thing I've ever had, for sure. And I lasted a lot longer with that. If I hadn't thrown up, I would have, you know, kept it all down. If I knew I'd throw up, I would just, I don't know, I was worried about my stomach. My stomach was empty. It was just the one chip, and I just was scared that I was going to hurt it, because I had nothing else in there to dilute it. Speaking of dilute, pepper spray, don't eat it. I drank 3 water bottles afterwards just to try my best to try and dilute it and water it down just to be safe. Didn't do anything for the flavor. It wasn't a means of alleviating the pain. It was a means of safety precaution. I didn't make it hurt any less. Very lingering taste. Pepper spray did not go away. Yeah, don't do pepper spray. Don't drink pepper spray. It was dangerous, you know. It wasn't safe. I shouldn't have done it. Not a safe thing to do. Because it has glow-in-the-dark chemicals. I hadn't really considered that, you know. I thought about it like it was hot sauce, but no, it has glow-in-the-dark chemicals. So that's bad. Yeah. Here comes a big fart. Oh yeah. Oh jeez. I hope there's no one out there with freaking fart fetish that just got some kind of gratification out of that. Oh jeez. I wish I didn't just fart like that now, because I know there's some freaks out there. The freaking Total Drama Island episode. The Total Drama-rama, jeez. No TV shows are safe. No kids shows. They're all trying to groom your kids into some weird fetishes like that. Freaking messed up. You know, I would sooner let my kid play freaking No Russian from Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 than show him that freaking fart episode. You know, because at least No Russian is teaching them the reality of terrorism. And Call of Duty is all about protecting your country, you know. No Russian, not so much, but the game itself, you know. And teaches you about courage and bravery. And the Total Drama-rama just teaches you that it's okay for grown adult men to hide behind a kid and wait for the fart and then just snort it up like freaking Coke, you know? Like, no, man. And it's rated Y7? Are you crazy? Yeah. No swear words, and yet they're teaching them about stuff like that. So apparently it's fine. You know, I bet nobody's gonna see this. I want to say something crazy, but I don't know. You never know. I mean, I wasn't expecting Glassy Eyes to get popular, but I was hoping it would, but it didn't. Not yet, at least. Same goes for Chaos Twins. I don't think this is gonna take off, but you never know what might. One of the pictures. So, at some point, I want to start going through the pictures randomly. where I click while pressing like the 3 button and it brings up a random picture. And as I mentioned, it's like a game of roulette because there's some things I want to show you guys and some things I wouldn't want you to see, but I put them in anyway just to add suspense. And one of them is actually the N-word. Literally just Arial font, white background, black words, just the N-word, hard R. And I thought it'd be funny to put that in so that there's like a 1 in 300 chance of just bam. And it's like, well, why not give them a reason to ban me, you know? At least give them a reason this time. Just bam, the N-word. I don't know. I mean, I typed that. I wanted to lie and say I have like a black friend who typed it in for me, so it's okay. But no, I typed in the N-word. I'm not ashamed. I was thinking about it because the freaking the Mexican kid that just called me it out of nowhere, and I was like, "Would be kind of funny to put the N-word in here." So you never know. You might just get hit by the N-word when you're just looking at the pictures. Oh, you know what else is crazy? I also have a bunch of conversational subjects in here that can be randomly generated. Here, now I'm clicking fast. Left and right mouse cursor. Bunch of conversation subjects of things I could talk about. What else is there to talk about? Always something to talk about. Freaking why don't I talk about Avatar: The Last Airbender? Man. Oh, I just love Avatar: Last Airbender is so good, but more specifically, I'm gonna talk about the freaking the movie M. Night Shyamalan. Here, you know what? Let me import a photo. I hope nothing crazy comes up in my recently searched. I don't know what The Great Dictator is. I don't know what that is. But apparently I searched it up. I don't freaking know what that is. I actually do not remember what that is. Okay, Last Airbender. No. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's good. Make sure we're still recording. Yep. Oh boy, wait, I don't want to spoil the pictures there. I don't want to scroll through that. Dangerous. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna be clicking Ong now while I talk about him. Ong. My name is Ong, and I'm the Avatar. Time for you to stop doing this. Okay, so oh my gosh, I wanted to do a review of this movie for so long, but I just don't even know where to. I gotta summon the energy. I gotta summon the passion, even though I'm kind of tired, and I don't want to shout. I don't want to be loud. You know, I'm really loud in the Chaos Twins videos. I shout, I yell, but it's because they're never home. When I record, I make sure that nobody's in the house. Oh my gosh, Avatar: Last Airbender. I'm really not a quiet person like this. Oh brother, where do I begin? You know, the first big joke of this movie is the fact that it opens with book one, water. Like, that's just, oof. It's just, they really thought they were making two more of them. Book one, water. His face. So stupid. Sokka, Korra, Ong. It's like they just mispronounce all the names for no reason. Because I guess he thought that an accent like that is cool. My name is Ong, my name is Sokka, my name is Katara. Like, bro, they even figured out a way to mispronounce Zuko. They call him Zuko. It's like Zuko. They say with an O. They found a way to mispronounce Zuko? How? I'm sure Toph would have been Toph. Wouldn't have been tough. My name is Tough. I release a sonic wave with my mouth. And Iroh is Iroh. Momo is Momo. And Appa is like Appa or something retarded. Oh, there's Sokka in the background. I didn't even notice. I made a video of this actually. You know, it's funny. I spend so much time making books and making animations, and nobody sees them. And then I make a video where it's just Ong, and it's them earthbending and airbending, and because it looks like they're dancing, I played this crazy dubstep music over it, so it's like they're having a dance party, and it's very funny, and it's on TikTok. And after like 7 years of complete nothingness, all of a sudden it just blew up out of nowhere, and it's got like 200,000 views now. And so I've got like 200 followers on TikTok. The video got me another 100, so it's kind of cool, but nothing compared to what I had with YouTube. YouTube was just working so much better than TikTok ever did. Way more views. And so, you know, some of my stuff, it feels like the harder I work on something, the less people see it. You know, I put a year into making Killer Birthright. I don't think anyone's gonna buy it. I put like 2 months into making Glassy Eyes, and it's not getting pushed out like I wish it would. I put it on Twitter, got 250 views. You wanna know how many people watched it to the end? 9-minute video on TikTok? 0. It has 3 likes, 3 favorites, and yet not a single one of them watched the whole video. Which I kind of get. I mean, you're not on TikTok to think. You're not on TikTok to feel. You're just there to laugh or stare at butt. You know. It's just wacky like that. Poo poo susbok. Yeah, no, freaking. But yeah. If I do a review of The Last Airbender, I will use that clip as a part of it. Like, look at this crappy earthbending scene. Let me fix it. Let me make it better. And so then it's just the and then just like shredding things and just like throwing the tiny little pebble and just yeah. Man, that'd be so funny. Whew. All right. I'm just gonna relax for a bit. No, I've been talking for like 2.5 hours. I'm just gonna take a little rest. I wonder if the clicking noise is annoying or if it's like stimulating to you guys. I don't know. Maybe it's a good background for me talking. trying to hold it kind of far away. I don't know if it's annoying or what. You know, let me go ahead and try to recite the last Airbender movie. I know I could recite the show pretty well, I think, but the last Airbender movie, let's see if I can recite from memory. So first they do the intro thing where they're explaining the world building. They give you all the information. It's very boring in the movie because there's no visual, it's just dialogue, and Katsura does a really bad job with the voice acting. And she just says, like, the avatar, that's when you're like, oh, what the frick, why are they mispronouncing it? The avatar disappeared, you know, all these things. And then it jumps to, they're walking through the snowy place. Oh, it says, like, freaking, my mom was taken away by the Fire Nation and killed. If she was taken away, how do you know she was killed? You know, it's like they're setting up for a plot twist that she's alive. Weird. And she's, then they're in the winter, they're in the South Pole. They're walking around, and it's like, Sokka is freaking brooding. He's like, food is scarce. It's so cold here. Yeah. Freaking emo Sokka, so stupid. He's the opposite. And then they see, well, they're riding around on the boat. Sokka's being sexist, I think, and they end up no, I'm thinking of the Netflix show right now. Wait a minute, I'm getting them mixed up. Wasn't a huge show of the net. Shoot, screwed up my set, bumped it. So, in the movie, they find the freaking ice glacier thing. He's not even being rude or anything. He just pops out of nowhere for no reason. And then she hits it. He goes, do not hit that thing with the club. And then she hits it and it just explodes open. And they go flying back, and there's this really crappy shot as he's just flying towards Sokka. And it looks like trash. And so she hits him back, and there's like this horror movie music playing as he's revealed. And then instead of having the fun little, will you go penguin sledding with me? It just skips straight to the village. And then the grandma's like, you're the Avatar. He's got the tattoos. And then the Fire Nation shows up. And then instead of having the cool fight where he goes and faces them, he just gets found. Because he's not as based as he is in the show. He's just hiding like a little scared little girl, which he looks like too. And then, man, usually I'm so much funnier when I'm explaining movies, but I just don't really have a lot of energy right now, to be honest. Usually I'm so much more hyper and more energetic. I make movie explanations so much funnier, but right now I really am just kind of, you know, I don't have a lot of energy. This is boring. It's boring. No. Let's talk about some more fun. I watched Sausage Party recently. Okay. So Sausage Party was a crappy movie. Wasn't very good. I watched most of it on like 1.5 speed. But I really did like the bits where they did the freaking D-Day from Saving Private Ryan, where the mustard has been taken to the great beyond, and he comes back and he's traumatized. He's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what they do to us out there, man. You know, and then the mustard instantly gets picked again. Just like he instantaneously gets picked by another human. And he's like, no, not again, not again. Here, let me pull up. I'm kind of scared to pull from the actual movie. I don't know what kind of images might pop on the screen. But okay. Clicking a hot dog now. So anyway, the mustard. Oh, it's a green hot dog. Disgusting. The mustard is like, oh my gosh, the great beyond. Oh, none of it's true. It's all a lie. Like, oh, we don't have, like, the gods, they buy us. And he's like, I'm not going back. And he jumps off the cart, and then he like shatters in the wheels, so it derails the whole cart. And they just go flying overboard. And then this giant bag of flour is just like, ah! And explodes open. And so it's like fog. And the hot dog is just looking around like, what's going on? It's just fog. And then there's a freaking Oreo that has his front, like, cookie fall off like an arm. And then he just grabs it and starts walking with it. And then there's the freaking... There's a peanut butter and jelly, and the jar of jelly is shattered on the ground, and then the peanut butter is just devastated, kneeling over the jelly, and he's just like, no, I'm nothing without you. Which is so freaking funny. And then there's a bag of chips that gets run over by the wheel of the shopping cart, and it just explodes open, and there's just like bullets, just like chip crumbs flying everywhere, exploding, just like a freaking minigun, and it's just mowing people down. They're just getting like shredded by these crumbs. Just like getting absolutely destroyed. It's so funny. And then finally, there's so many jokes that happen so fast. There's like celery that fell on the ground and makes like the poles that they hide behind. It's so funny. And then the freaking bun, Brenda, comes, cause like, you know, the vacuum is coming and like running people over. Or something, or like the broom or whatever in the dustpan, and then there's also the cart that's gonna like run them over. So that's like some kind of a tank that's coming to hit them. And she's like, hot dog guy, get up, move your you know. And so she's like the person that's like helping out the guy from Saving Private Ryan, I guess. And so she moves him out of the way before they get run over. They're running. And then the other guys are like, no, they fell overboard, but at least we're going to the great beyond. And then they get to the great beyond. They're at the lady's house. They're all happy, you know. Clean up on aisle 3, the lady says. It's like, oh, sorry, I spilled some food. And for them, it's so traumatic. But they get there, and they're all happy. They're like, man, I can't believe I left my friends behind. But it's like, no, they fell out of the cart, man. Don't be sad. We're in the great freaking beyond. He's like, yo, you're right. We're in the great freaking beyond. And then they take the potato. She takes the potato. And it's like, yo, I'm the first to get chosen. Potato is just so happy. He's so excited. He's the first to get chosen. It's so magical. And then he's getting washed in the sink. And he's like, oh, getting bathed by the hands of a god. And the hot dog is just like, the older hot dog, he's like, that's my guy, Potato, my man. And the little hot dog is like, he's like, this is cool. And they're all just like good for you, Potato. And then they see the freaking the skinner, like the skinner tool in the lady's hand, and they're like, well, what's that? And then just takes Potato and just skins his freaking, like, his whole torso just gets skinned instantly. And they're just like, whoa, what the frick? Oh my gosh. And he's just like, ah, and he just skin. No. Jeez, it scared the crap out of me. Just skinning the crap out of Potato. And he's just like, I'm getting skinned alive. And they're just watching in just absolute horror. And then he gets thrown into the pot, the boiling water. This boiling pot full of water he's thrown in. And he's just like, oh, you are. As he's thrown in the boiling water and he's boiled to death. And they're just like, what the frick? And then all of the chips get taken and put in a bowl. And then the cheese is grated, just grating the cheese and shredding him. And he's like, oh, you don't deserve that cheese. And then he's melted into the chips in the microwave. So they're just like melting alive and just like melting together from the cheese. It's so gruesome. And then there's these two baby carrots that are running away. And really they're rolling away when the mom looks at them, and they roll off the table when they're really jumping off the table. And she picks them up and they're like, no, I don't want to die. And then she, like, in the most like graphic way, you see inside her mouth that she's just eating the carrots, just crushing them to death. It's so crazy and so brutal. And then the hot dog is like, they're eating children. Freaking children. And then there's a cabbage, like his eyes are poked out and then he's like ripped in half. The tomato is about to get split and he's like, please no, I have a gosh dang familia, and gets split in half by the knife. And then the hot dog with the smaller hot dog, he's like, for the love of fudge, Larry, run. So they start running for the window. They're like, run. And then they get to the window, and then he's like, okay, jump on 3, 2. And you just see this huge knife stabbed through his chest. And then he's like, I feel... Goes up through his head, and he's still being just barely held together. And then he just falls apart and falls into the sink as the little hot dog's just traumatized. And then the lady comes with the knives pointing at him. He's like, no, please, no. And then just before she stabs him too, he falls off the edge and he falls out the window. And he falls on the ground and he sees a turd, but he thinks it's a sausage. And he runs up to the turd and he's like, oh, thank goodness, another sausage. And then there's just corn sticking out of the turd because corn can't digest. So the corn is still intact and the corn is stuck in the turd and it's all just like, kill me. You know, he's just like, ah! And he runs away. And then he runs into this rubber sock. It's a rubber sock covered in honey. And he's like, oh my gosh, what'd they do to you, man? And he's like, it was all fun and games. And then, sploosh! And he's like, oh my gosh. And he, you know, he's so traumatized by these horrors he's seeing. And eventually he runs into this meth head. And he's like, oh, the meth head, you know, maybe we can drive back home with his car. Or he'll go to the store, you know, he works there, he's an employee or something. So he goes with the meth head. And the meth head starts doing bath salts. And he does bath salts and he's able to see the food is alive. He's like, oh my gosh, you're talking to me. And so they form a peace treaty. He's like, I'll never eat food again. I'll just eat dirt. I'll eat dirt for the rest of my life. And so they form a peace treaty. He's like, you drive us back home, Buster. And he's like, okay, fine, I will. The toilet paper is alive, by the way. He's like, what'd they do to you, man? He's like, you don't want to know. And so he's like, okay, I'll drive you food back to the supermarket where you belong. But then he starts coming down. All of a sudden, he falls asleep for a few minutes. He's like, what? He passed out. What's going on? And he wakes up and he's like, oh, that was a weird dream. They're like, whoa. I thought we were friends, man. He busts open the chip bag. Whoa! Busts open the chips. Oh my gosh. He's eating them. He's like, I thought we were friends, bro. I thought we were friends. And then the gum is like, dear gosh, he's coming down. And he just starts eating all the food, just gorging on him. He just made a peace treaty. Now he's eating them alive. It's so scary. And then the hot dog is about to be put in this boiling pot. He's like, no, not like this. And then the gum is like, oh, we are fudged, in like the freaking Stephen Hawking voice, which inspired me to use the Stephen Hawking voice for 40 in Glassy Eyes. But and he's like, we are fudged. So then all of a sudden, he like, later on you find this out, he tripped and spilt the boiling water on himself, stumbled back and hit this axe, made the axe fall down and cut his head off. But then anyway, so meanwhile, the other foods who are on an adventure that is objectively less interesting than the one that the little guy's on, and he is running around, and he finds out that, you know, the gods eat the food. What a twist, right? I mean, could you imagine like a movie where the big twist at the end, the big earth-shattering twist, is that people eat food? That's crazy. What a twist. And then he's like they're gonna eat us, but they don't believe him. And then all of a sudden the little hot dog comes out with the human's head, and he's like, the gods can be killed, like from God of War, you know. He's like Kratos. And then they start shooting all the humans with bath salts, toothpicks, and makes them confused and weakened, but also makes them see the food alive. So they start attacking the food, and it's like, oh my gosh, they were right. It's them or us. So all the food starts attacking the humans, and there's this big, huge, obese, like 600-pound guy that's just destroying the food, and he's getting hit by gumballs. And then he gets tied down by all these Twizzlers, and the Twizzlers tie him down. And then there's Mentos and soda at the top of the aisle, and he's like, I don't know if I can go through with this, man. And the soda is like, Mentos, it's better to die free than to live in slavery in a grocery store. And he's like, oh, this is gonna hurt so much. Rips open his wrapper, all the Mentos fall out, and they're just like, hut, you know, just falling out of his butt. And they fall into the big guy's mouth that's being held open by the Twizzlers. And then the soda goes like, yeah! He jumps like, you know, like this, like, jumps like, falls right into the guy's mouth, this massive, like, 2-liter soda bottle, and just goot, 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 goot. And because the Mentos are in there, and it mixes with the soda, the guy literally just freaking explodes, and it's so gruesome. It just explodes. And, so he's dead. As all the others are like, run, run, run! Fat man blowing up! And then, next, there's a douche, right? And the douche, the whole time, he just wants to get up in there with this lady. And he sees the guy, and he's like, man, not what I had in mind, but you know what? A hole is a hole. And he goes up in the employee's butt and starts working him like Ratatouille. But instead of hair, he's pulling on his balls. And so he's making him shoot at the foods, you know, he's making him try and kill the food because he doesn't like them, because he feels that it's their fault they couldn't get up in there because they derailed the cart at the beginning. And then they strap him to like a wheelchair and put propane on it, and then like they set it on fire with a match, so it launches like a rocket, and he goes blasting up into the sky and just explodes, you know. and then they're all like, yeah, we won. And all the food, they all have, you know, they do the freaky nasty with each other, even though they're food. 3. They're food, but they just do the freaky nasty together. It's crazy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Never would have seen that coming. Crazy. Yeah, you know. Sometimes it be like that. Sometimes they be wildin'. They really do. They be wildin' sometimes. Dang, I gotta use the bathroom again. I gotta use the bathroom again. Why end the video? Might as well just go AFK again. What else is there to talk about? Might just chill and just click for a while. You probably guess I'm watching anime right now. Checking out episode 2 freaking Naruto. Watched episode 1 forever ago. I was like, yeah, it's pretty good, but never ended up actually like getting the second episode because the show's like 500 episodes long, you know. So I was like, dang, it's kind of good, but not ready to commit to something that long. But if I'm gonna be sitting here clicking for as long as I'm probably going to. Might as well watch something. I wasn't watching anything before, as you can imagine, because I was just, you know, chilling, talking and stuff. I wasn't even looking in any particular direction. But I'm kind of done talking at this point. My throat's kind of tired. Just gonna sit and click and just watch Naruto. Hand signs. And you know what? If I'm gonna watch anything, I don't know, might as well watch something I can talk through, like I've already seen before. If I'm watching something new, then I have to kind of focus on it. So, why not instead? Why not Death Note? The show that I know from heart. Literally just went off this show, off of memory. All my friends I was roommates with some other guys at one point, and every night I would just go like, yeah, Death Note, because I won't get into specifics, but we were in a situation where we couldn't watch TV for like 2 years, you know? Military mission, that kind of thing, that kind of deal, you know? And so we didn't have a lot of entertainment. And so, yeah, we couldn't watch Death Note, so I just explained it, you know, I went over the whole story with them. So, yeah, I've seen it like 6 or 7 times. Because I can't talk through a show like Naruto that I haven't seen. So it has to be background if I'm going to put something on. "15 years ago, your mom gave birth to you. We all know, 'cause to you, I know how much you love anime. So let me just say, you were born this 60 years ago, so we are celebrating your existence." Kind of wild how they spoil L's face in the title sequence, because they don't show you his face until like episode 7 or 8 or something, but yet they're showing it to you in the title sequence, and just hope that you don't know who it is you're looking at, you know? Kind of wacky. Eating anime cake with you, second birthday. Happy birthday. Rainbow Winston. If anyone is actually watching this, it's kind of wild. But heck, I mean, I talked for like 3 hours. Only seems fair now that I just take a break. I'm too freaking ADHD to just sit here and click. I gotta be doing something, you know? It is the greatest beauty because now you can drive, just don't die. It's time to get a job you can't deny, can you? Eating anime cake with you, 16th birthday. Happy birthday. I feel like Death Note, in a way, kinda is at its peak at the very beginning, and then just kind of fizzles out, to be honest. I feel like him just discovering the notebook and just learning how to use it at first, it's kind of great, you know, it's really interesting, it's really cool. I like it a lot. And then, you know, I feel like that's when it's at its best. And then it just kind of slowly, you know, it works and works and works, but him with like Ray Penber and his wife, all that stuff is just so crazy and shocking and interesting. It's just awesome. You guys see the dude that got stuck in a porta potty? It's literally stuck in like the tank of a porta potty. He's disgusting. How do you fall down there? I can't even imagine. Moist Critical did a video on it where he's like, yeah, you know, the cops banged on the door, so maybe he just heard it and thought, oh, there's evil afoot, you know? And so he jumps in out of fear. Watching subbed, by the way. Sub, not dub. Usually I do dub, but I don't have any earbuds, and I don't want the audio to pick up on the freaking microphone because copyright. So, sub. For the first time ever, I've never even watched Death Note on sub before. It's always been dub, so this is actually, the dialogue is different, which is kind of interesting. would be kind of interesting if I described what I was watching. Like oh yeah, and right now Light is saying this and that. Like I just translated for you guys, you know. But I'm kind of just, you know, I'm tired. Kind of, you know, I kind of just want to chill. But that'd probably be more interesting for you guys to watch, I guess. Like, that would be interesting. You guys should all go watch Death Note. It's good. I'm getting kind of tired of hearing the sound of clicking. My gosh. Just Wish I had my neck pillow. Maybe rewatching Death Note's a good idea because if I was watching something new, I'd be having too much fun. Then it's just me clicking while watching a new show, and it's not as much of an endurance test. But I'm rewatching something I've already seen. It's kind of boring, so maybe that's fair. Do 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 do. Light's already killed so many people. He's only had the notebook for a few days. Oh man. Hearing the sound of clicking is like starting to really kind of be like water torture. Just it's annoying noise, but I don't know. Now, can you imagine someone actually watching this whole video? Watching me click this mouse like just infinitely. Someone actually puts the same amount of effort into watching something as I do making that thing. It's always the way I kind of hope for, is that the amount of hours I put into making something is at least the amount of time spent watching it by people. Collectively, that is. $40,000. Watch glass size, 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 watch size, watch glass 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 size. Watch Chaos Twins, 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 Watch Cast Ones, watch Cast Ones, watch Cast Ones, watch Cast Ones, watch Cast Ones. Watch Cast Ones, 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 watch Cast Twins. Watch Cast Twins, 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 watch Cast Twins. Watch Cast Twins, 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 watch Cast Twins. Watch Cast Twins, 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 watch Cast Twins. Watch Cast Twins, 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 watch Cast Twins. The end of episode 1 of Death Note. No way. He's gonna be a god. He's gonna be the god of the new world. No way. He's gonna be the god of the new world. He's gonna get rid of all the criminals, guys. Every single criminal, he's gonna get rid of them. There's gonna be none left. What'll we do when there's no criminals left? What'll we do? Because we won't exist anymore. Just kidding. I have not committed a crime yet in my life. Even though I make the Chaos Twins a show that's all about crime. My fingers aren't actually that tired like I would have expected them to be. I was clicking, I would have thought I'd be super tired, but my fingers are fine, actually. My fingers actually feel fine. Crazy. We're gonna meet Elle. Elle is so cool. Elle is the best. Elle is so goated. Elle is one of my favorite anime characters ever. This is from Glass Eyes. That is very efficient right there. That's the strategy. Just like that. That's fast. There's some unused comic strip for Killer Birthright. Unused. How did I just go back to the dog treats like that? That's crazy. What are the odds? There's a scary... Chaos Twins. Chaos Twins again. Good old Luna. Oliver's paw. Just... There's some scenery for an unused Killer Birthright video that I didn't get to making.
Let's go. You can't even. You couldn't even see the number, could you? That whole time you couldn't even see it. Oh my gosh. You guys didn't even know what I was looking at. I was trying to get it to be a 0 as a 1 in 100 chance, and I kept getting it but missing it. It was so stupid. But you guys didn't even see it. So you had no idea what was going on. I feel like such an idiot right now. This. I was looking at that. What a sussy baka. Why would you want to follow light around, you crazy lunatic poop face? What a susser baker, indeed. It's really Light's fault because he hacked into his dad's computer and got insider information that only someone connected to him or the police force could know. And Elle was able to narrow it down so much. Stupid idea. I get that he was trying to get Elle close to him, but still stupid. That's from an edit I made, where Bowser Jr. got shot by a Nerf gun a bunch of times and just gets freaking atomized. It's pretty funny. More unused scenery from a Killer Birthright video I never made. But I did use it in the comic, in the actual book though. I ended up using that in the book, just black and white. Idyllic tutor again. The meme was Jarvis, mute this kid in real life, but I skipped over by accident. It was funny. Jarvis, mute this kid in real life. Again? There's like 150 pictures. How do I keep getting the same things? Dinero. Money that Luna and Oliver stole. It's an asset. Like many of these things. I don't know, I keep getting the same stuff over and over. Freaking crazy. But there it is. Get this kid out of the room. Just got it. Randy. I mentioned Randy before, Randy the Rabbit. He's just happily working his job when Luna and Oliver come and just ruin everything. Good idea, watch Chaos. It's the angry skunk boss. She only talks in cat meows. Exclusively angry ones. It's the blade of the knife from Glass Eyes. the blade of the knife she uses. Another unused background asset for the Killer Birthright video that I never made. This one never got used anywhere. Shame. At least it's here now in this video. I really want to go to bed. The website I'm using to pirate Death Note quit working. Now I've just got pure Japanese subtitles. But I don't want to turn the volume up. So I can't even understand what they're saying. It's just going off of memory, so that's boring too now. I'm just so bored. I want to go to sleep so bad. But I gotta get to 69 420 first. There's the hospital bed that Winston sleeps driving to work tomorrow morning. It's gonna be dangerous as frick. I'm gonna be drowsy driving like a freaking idiot. Might get in a car crash and die because of this video. Welcome. I don't know why this background's so rainbow colored. Maybe, I guess it must be green screen. Yeah, it must be green screen. I usually do white background transparent stuff, but I guess this one's green for some reason. I don't know why. There's Randy, but he's a little angry here, you can see. Because he got fired from his last job, now he's working at a bank instead, but they're about to rob it too. They're gonna rob it, you're right. about somebody one time. This is their character. I screenshotted that because I looked up Joseph Kennedy to try to find my book on the internet, and I found a whole bunch of police reports like that of people named Joseph Kennedy committing horrible crimes. So I thought it'd be funny to put them in here, not to make fun of them or anything, but it's kind of funny. Like, yo, Joe Kennedy, I killed 4 people. Oh, Moogie, man. Shot and dismembered. Holy crap. I'm crazy. He's happy. More art from Killer Birthright. Good scene right there. I have so many different sprites of him for some reason. His final moments of happiness before a life of misery. High five. Luna and Oliver doing a high five of death. scared of when the N-word is gonna appear. I've cycled through so many things that multiple times, we haven't seen the N-word once. I feel like we've seen everything except for it. Only 9,420 more to go. Screenshotting this. I don't know why I put it in here. I think the claim is that America is like Nazi Germany or something. Like the Nazis have taken over America. I don't really get it. 51st state. sure I skipped over. Here's the phonograph. Phonograph from Glass Eyes. That was weird. I wasn't pressing one, but it was still changing color when I clicked. Why do I keep getting the Jarvis mute this kid IRL? I feel like I've seen that like the most out of any. Oliver with a whole lot of money because he robbed the bank like I talked about. Already read this, the back of the Book of Killer Birthright. At this rate, I'm gonna have 3 hours of sleep. We good. I don't know if I'm gonna censor that or not, but I'm gonna have to go way through it in order to find it. I promise I didn't make crazy jokes like that in my original YouTube channel. There was never any of that nonsense. No racist stuff in there. No. That's not, like, don't be thinking that that's why I got banned. It's not. I didn't get banned over, like, stuff like that. I never, like, had any kind of N-word jokes. No. Nothing like it. I really was banned for no reason. It was ridiculous. They took my money and they banned me. Only 5,420 more. There's him leaving after the bank got robbed, finding a new job, money everywhere. There's Buntonculus Dooley from the Chaos Twins. disagree with this statement, but it's still funny. I need to be awake at 5:40 every morning for work. I started watching a new anime a while back, but it's still in Japanese subtitles. There's no English subs, so it's just boring as frick. I have no idea what's going on. Literally no idea. I don't understand any of it. OG episode 1 thumbnail. Another unused sprite from the unmade Killer Birthright video. This is Winston with the robot. Glass eyes again. I just missed a pimp named Slickback. First degree murder. Me. Keanu flees. Absolute dispatch. Absolute dispatch.